3 days had passed since the dancing shoes had reminded Elderwood of the joy to be found in movement, and the village had settled into a new rhythm, quite literally. Children now skipped more than they walked, adults hummed while they worked, and even the most serious citizens had been observed tapping their feet when they thought no one was watching. But it was the arrival of Master Edmund Quillheart, the village scribe, at Elsie's door that Tuesday morning that suggested their peaceful run of magical incidents was far from over. Master Quillheart was a man who took words seriously, perhaps too seriously, some would say. At 53, he had devoted his life to the precise art of penmanship and the sacred duty of recording the village's important documents. Marriage certificates, property deeds, birth records, and official correspondence all flowed from his careful hand in letters so perfect they seemed almost too beautiful for mere mortal concerns, which is why the sight of him standing at Elsie's threshold, ink-stained and dishevelled, with what appeared to be a large grey goose feather clutched in his trembling fingers, was so remarkable. "Miss Elsie," Master Quillheart said without preamble, his usually measured voice cracking with exhaustion and bewilderment, "I need your help with a matter of the most urgent and impossible nature. This quill—" He held up the feather, which Elsie could now see was no ordinary writing implement, but something that seemed to shimmer with its own subtle light. "It's been writing all night, by itself, without my hand to guide it." Elsie invited him inside, noting the way his eyes darted nervously around her shop, as if he expected her herb jars to suddenly animate and begin dancing on their shelves. "Please sit down," she said gently, guiding him to her comfortable chair. "You look as though you haven't slept." "I haven't," Master Quillheart confirmed, collapsing gratefully into the seat. "I was working late last evening, trying to finish the official record of young Mary Copper's upcoming wedding, when this quill, which I found quite by accident yesterday morning lying beside the fountain, suddenly began moving of its own accord." He set the extraordinary feather on Elsie's counter, where it lay still but somehow expectant, like a cat pretending to sleep while actually listening to every word of conversation. "What did it write?" Elsie asked, settling across from him with a cup of chamomile tea that seemed to appear in her hands, as if summoned by the sheer weight of the scribe's distress. Master Quillheart reached into his leather satchel and withdrew a sheaf of papers covered in handwriting, so beautiful it seemed to glow faintly on the page. But unlike the scribe's usual precise, careful script, this writing flowed with an otherworldly grace that made reading it feel like listening to music. "Love letters," he said, his voice a mixture of wonder and mortification. "Dozens of them, but not just any love letters, perfectly crafted expressions of affection that speak to the deepest longings of the human heart. And they're addressed to people throughout the village." Elsie accepted the papers with growing fascination, scanning the elegant script that seemed to dance across the pages. The first letter was addressed to Henrik the gardener, and as she read it, her eyebrows rose in surprise. "My dearest Henrik," the letter began, "your hands that tend the earth with such patience and care speak of a soul that understands the slow, steady work of nurturing life. In your gentle way with growing things, I see reflected the tenderness you would bring to matters of the heart." "This is extraordinary," Elsie murmured, continuing to read. "It's as if the quill knows things about Henrik that perhaps he doesn't even know about himself." "Keep reading," Master Quillheart said grimly. "It gets worse." The letter continued with observations about Henrik's kindness to the village children, his quiet generosity with neighbours who struggled to grow their own vegetables, and his habit of leaving small bouquets of flowers at his late wife's grave every week. But more than that, it painted a picture of a man whose capacity for love, hadn't diminished with loss but had simply been waiting for the right moment to bloom again. "There is someone," the letter concluded, "who notices the way you smile when you think no one is watching, who sees the loneliness you carry so bravely, and who would treasure the gift of your friendship. Look for her where the roses climb highest, where gentle hands have tended beauty for its own sake." "Mrs. Pembridge," Elsie said immediately, "her rose garden is legendary." Master Quillheart nodded miserably. "That's what I thought too, but Elsie, I can't possibly deliver this letter." "It would be the height of impropriety to meddle in people's personal affairs based on the scribblings of an enchanted feather." "Not scribblings," came a soft whisper from the garden, carried on the morning breeze. "Truth-telling, heart-speaking, love calling to love across the silence fear creates." Before Master Quillheart could react to the herb's commentary, Elsie had moved on to the second letter in the stack. This one was addressed to Mrs. Bramblethorn, the baker's wife, and written in a slightly different style that somehow conveyed warmth and understanding. "Dear friend," it began, "you have spent so many years nurturing others through the simple gift of fresh bread and a listening ear. Your kitchen has been a haven for the troubled, a gathering place for the lonely, a source of comfort for the grieving. But when did you last allow someone to offer the same gift to you?" The letter went on to describe Mrs. Bramblethorn's habit of deflecting concern about her own well-being, her tendency to work through her own sorrows while tending to everyone else's needs, and her deep-seated belief that asking for help was somehow selfish. "There is strength in vulnerability," the enchanted quill had written, "and wisdom in allowing others the joy of caring for you. Look for kindness in unexpected places, in the quiet gestures of someone who has also learned that giving and receiving are both forms of love." "This is remarkably insightful," Elsie observed, studying the flowing script, "and quite accurate. Mrs. Bramblethorn does tend to exhaust herself caring for others while neglecting her own needs." Master Quillheart looked even more distressed. "But how could I possibly know such things? I write down births and deaths and property transfers, not intimate observations about people's emotional states." "Perhaps," Elsie suggested gently, "the quill knows things that your conscious mind hasn't noticed, but your heart has observed. You've been recording the important moments of these people's lives for years. You've seen their joys and sorrows, their connections and losses. This knowledge exists within you. The quill is simply giving it voice." She continued reading through the stack of letters, each one revealing an extraordinary understanding of its intended recipient's deepest needs and unspoken longings. There was a letter for Finnick that spoke of his gift for bringing joy to others, while sometimes neglecting his own happiness. One for Mrs. Copper that acknowledged her bossy exterior while celebrating the fierce love that motivated her protectiveness of those she cared about. But it was the final letter in the stack that made Elsie's breath catch in her throat. It was addressed to Master Quillheart himself, written in the same flowing script, but somehow carrying an even deeper resonance of truth. "Dear Keeper of Stories," it began, "you have spent your life preserving the written word, believing that your highest calling is to record rather than create. But hearts are stories too, and some of the most important chapters are written not in official documents, but in acts of courage that bring isolated souls together." "Have you read this?" Elsie asked softly. Master Quillheart's cheeks flushed crimson. Yes, I couldn't help myself. But Elsie, the things it says, the suggestions it makes, they're impossible." The letter to Master Quillheart was unlike the others in that it contained not just observations, but a specific call to action. The enchanted quill had written with passionate conviction about the scribe's unique position in the village, how his work had given him insight into the connections between people, the patterns of loneliness and longing that official documents could reveal to someone with eyes to see. You know who grieves alone, who struggles in silence, who dreams of connection but lacks the courage to reach out. The letter continued. Your position is not just about recording what has happened, but about helping to write what could be. Take up your pen in service of hearts as well as history. The quill had gone on to suggest that Master Quillheart could become a sort of anonymous Cupid, delivering messages of encouragement and possibility to those who needed them most. Not love letters exactly, but gentle nudges toward recognition of feelings that already existed. It's asking me to become a matchmaker, Master Quillheart said helplessly. Me, a man who can barely manage social conversation beyond good morning. And please sign here. Sometimes the quietest observers see most clearly, the herbs whispered from the garden. Those who watch from the edges often understand the dance better than those in the center of it. Elsie set down the letters and studied Master Quillheart's anxious face. Tell me honestly, do you believe the observations in these letters are accurate? He was quiet for a long moment, his eyes fixed on his ink-stained fingers. Disturbingly so, he admitted finally. I've been watching these people, recording their lives for decades. I do see things, patterns, connections, the way certain individuals light up when specific names are mentioned in conversation. But seeing and acting on what one sees are entirely different matters. What if you didn't have to act directly? Elsie suggested. What if the quill could guide you in finding more subtle ways to help? As if responding to her words, the enchanted feather began to glow more brightly, then rose from the counter of its own accord and hovered expectantly in the air between them. I think, Elsie said with growing excitement, your quill wants to get back to work. Master Quillheart stared at the floating feather with a mixture of terror and fascination. But what if I make things worse? What if I misunderstand what people need? What if... The quill suddenly darted forward and touched his hand gently, and immediately his expression changed. The anxiety faded from his features, replaced by a calm certainty that seemed to flow directly from the magical implement. Oh, he breathed, understanding flooding his voice. Oh, I see. It's not about creating feelings that don't exist. It's about helping people recognize the connections that are already there. An hour later, Master Quillheart had returned to his scriptorium with renewed purpose and a magical quill that seemed eager to begin its work of gentle intervention. Elsie, meanwhile, found herself with an unexpected visitor, young Gilbert, who appeared at her door with his wooden horse and an expression of unusual solemnity. Miss Elsie, he said as she welcomed him into the shop. I've been thinking about something important. Oh, and what's that, dear one? Elsie asked, settling into her chair while Gilbert made himself comfortable on the floor near Thistle, who immediately began grooming the boy's hair with feline thoroughness. I've been wondering about the magic that keeps happening in our village, Gilbert said seriously. The glowing fountain, the dancing shoes, the talking plants in your garden, it's all connected somehow, isn't it? Elsie was impressed by the child's perceptiveness. What makes you think that? Gilbert stroked his wooden horse thoughtfully, organizing his observations with the careful logic of a child who had learned to think deeply about complex things. Well, he began, the fountain started glowing right when I needed to find my voice again. The dancing shoes appeared when people needed to remember how to move with joy. And now there's a magic quill that helps people write what their hearts are feeling. It's like Like the village is trying to help everyone become more themselves. Elsie felt a warm glow of pride at Gilbert's insight. That's a very wise observation. What else have you noticed? The magic always comes when someone really needs it, Gilbert continued, his voice growing more confident as he worked through his thoughts. But it's not the kind that solves problems for people. It's the kind that helps them solve problems for themselves, like giving them tools or courage or new ways to see things. He looked up at Elsie with eyes that seemed far too old and wise for his 7 years. I think our village has a guardian spirit. Not scary like the tree spirit I saw in the storm, but gentle and kind. Someone who watches over us and sends help when we need it most. Before Elsie could respond to this remarkably astute analysis, they were interrupted by the arrival of Mrs. Pembridge, who bustled through the door with an expression of barely contained excitement. "Elsie, dear, you'll never guess what's happened," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed pink with pleasure. "I received the most extraordinary letter this morning, delivered by young Tommy Weatherby, who said Master Quillheart had asked him to bring it round. And it's changed everything." She pulled a folded piece of paper from her pocket, the same elegant script that Elsie recognized from the morning's magical correspondence, visible through the thin paper. "May I?" Elsie asked gently. Mrs. Pembridge nodded eagerly and handed over the letter, which was addressed simply to a friend who tends beauty, in flowing letters that seemed to shimmer slightly in the morning light. The letter Mrs. Pembridge had received was different from the ones Master Quillheart had shown Elsie earlier, shorter, more focused, but no less perceptive in its understanding of the recipient's heart. "Dear tender of roses," it began, "your garden speaks of someone who understands that beauty requires patience, dedication, and the wisdom to know when to prune and when to let grow. These same qualities would make you a treasured companion to someone who shares your appreciation for the slow, steady work of nurturing life." The letter went on to suggest in the most delicate possible terms that Mrs. Pembridge might enjoy sharing her gardening knowledge with someone who had recently expressed interest in learning more about cultivating flowers. It mentioned quite casually that Henrik the vegetable gardener had been observed admiring her roses and might appreciate advice on expanding his plot to include more ornamental plants. Perhaps when hurt, the letter concluded, that you might find joy in teaching what you know to someone eager to learn and discover in the process that the best gardens, like the best friendships, flourish when tended by more than one pair of caring hands. "How did they know?" Mrs. Pembridge asked wonderingly. "I have been hoping to share my garden with someone who would appreciate it properly. And I have noticed Henrik looking rather wistfully at my roses when he tends his vegetables. But I never thought, that is, I didn't want to presume. Perhaps," Elsie suggested with a smile, "the letter is giving you permission to follow an impulse you've been hesitating to act upon." Mrs. Pembridge clutched the letter to her chest with the expression of someone who had just been given exactly the encouragement she needed. "Do you really think he might be interested? I have so much knowledge that I'd love to share, and his vegetable garden shows such skill and care. We could create something beautiful together. I think," Gilbert said seriously from his position on the floor, "that people who both love growing things would have lots to talk about." Mrs. Pembridge beamed at him. "You're absolutely right, young man. And you know what? I think I'll take Henrik a cutting from my prized climbing rose this very afternoon. If he's interested in learning about ornamental gardening, that would be a perfect place to start." She paused at the door, her face glowing with anticipation. "Thank you, Elsie. I don't know how you knew exactly what I needed to hear, but that letter has given me courage I didn't know I possessed." After she left, Gilbert looked up at Elsie with thoughtful eyes. The magic quill knew just what to write to help her, didn't it? Like it could see into her heart and find exactly the words she needed. It seems that way, Elsie agreed. What do you think that means? Gilbert considered this seriously, absently braiding Thistle's fur while the cat purred with contentment. I think it means that sometimes we all know what we want to do, but we're scared or worried or don't think we're good enough. And sometimes we need someone else to tell us it's okay to try. Wise child, whispered the herbs from the garden. Magic often works by giving permission rather than power. The afternoon brought a parade of villagers to Elsie's shop, each carrying letters delivered by Master Quillheart's carefully chosen messengers. The enchanted quill had been remarkably busy, crafting personalized messages that seemed to address each recipient's deepest needs with uncanny precision. Mrs. Bramblethorn arrived with tears in her eyes, carrying a letter that had given her permission to accept help with her endless baking duties. The message had suggested that allowing others to assist her was not a sign of weakness, but a gift she could offer to those who longed to contribute to the community's well-being. I never thought of it that way, she confessed to Elsie. I always felt I had to do everything myself, that asking for help was somehow selfish. But this letter made me realize that by refusing assistance, I might be denying others the joy of feeling useful and needed. Finnick appeared with a letter that had challenged him to consider whether his gift for bringing laughter to others might extend to helping people find joy in more lasting ways, perhaps by teaching rather than simply entertaining. The quill had suggested that his understanding of human nature, combined with his ability to see humor in difficult situations, could help others develop their own resilience and optimism. It's given me the most extraordinary idea, he told Elsie excitedly. What if I started offering workshops on finding joy in everyday life? Not just performances, but actual lessons in how to look for wonder and beauty in ordinary moments. Even stern Mrs. Copper had received a letter, one that acknowledged her tendency to be bossy while celebrating it as evidence of deep caring. The quill had suggested that her organizational skills and fierce protectiveness could be channeled into helping other families navigate difficult transitions, particularly those involving children who needed advocates. It made me realize, she said thoughtfully, that what some people call bossiness might actually be a gift for seeing what needs to be done and having the courage to do it. Perhaps I should consider offering my services more formally. But it was Henrik's arrival that created the most excitement. The usually taciturn gardener appeared at Elsie's door with a bemused expression and a letter that had apparently suggested he might find great satisfaction in expanding his horticultural knowledge to include ornamental plants. Strangest thing, he said, scratching his head. I was just thinking this morning how much I admire Mrs. Pembridge's roses and wondering if she might have advice about adding some flowers to my vegetable plots. Then this letter arrives, almost as if someone had been reading my thoughts. And, "What will you do about it?" Elsie asked with carefully controlled excitement. "Well," Henrik said slowly, "I suppose I might ask her." The letter made it sound as though she'd welcome the opportunity to share her knowledge, and I'd certainly appreciate learning from someone with her expertise. As if summoned by the conversation, Mrs. Pembridge appeared at the shop window, carrying a small potted rose cutting and wearing an expression of determined courage. Through the glass, she could see Henrik inside, and her face lit up with delighted surprise. "Henrik," she called through the open door. "How perfect! I was just coming to find you. I have a cutting from my prize climbing rose, and I was hoping you might be interested in learning about ornamental gardening." The look of mutual pleasure that passed between them was so genuine and warm that even Thistle sat up to observe the developing romance with feline approval. "That would be wonderful," Henrik said, his usual gruff manner softening into something approaching shyness. "I've been admiring your garden for years and hoping to learn more about growing flowers alongside vegetables."
"Oh, they complement each other beautifully," Mrs. Pembridge exclaimed, bustling into the shop with her gift. "Flowers attract beneficial insects that help with pollination and pest control, and vegetables provide practical sustenance that makes a garden both beautiful and useful."
As the two gardeners launched into an animated discussion about soil preparation and seasonal planting, Gilbert looked up at Elsie with satisfaction. "The magic worked perfectly," he whispered. "They're both getting exactly what they wanted, someone to share their love of growing things with." As evening approached and the various recipients of magical correspondence began to disperse to their homes and evening routines, Elsie found herself reflecting on the day's remarkable developments. The enchanted quill had accomplished something extraordinary, not by creating feelings that didn't exist, but by giving people permission to act on feelings that had been hiding in their hearts all along. Master Quillheart appeared just as she was closing the shop, his face glowing with the satisfaction of work well done. The magical feather was tucked behind his ear like a clerk's pen, but it continued to shimmer with soft light that suggested its powers were far from exhausted. "How do you feel about your new role as village matchmaker?" Elsie asked with a smile. "Surprisingly comfortable," he admitted. "The quill doesn't ask me to lie or manipulate. It simply helps me see connections that were already there and find gentle ways to encourage people to act on them." He paused, his expression growing thoughtful. "You know, I've always believed that my job was to record history rather than influence it. But today I've learned that sometimes the most important documents aren't official records, but private letters that help people write better stories for themselves." Words have power. The herbs whispered from the garden, their voices harmonizing in the evening breeze, especially words that speak truth to hearts ready to hear it. The enchanted quill glowed more brightly at this comment, and Master Quillheart smiled as he felt its eager response. "I believe there are more letters to be written," he said. "The quill seems to have identified several other individuals who might benefit from gentle encouragement to follow their heart." "Anyone I know?" Elsie asked curiously. Master Quillheart's eyes twinkled with mischief, an expression she'd never seen on the usually serious Scribe's face. "Well, there's young Thomas Miller, who's been pacing outside the bakery every morning for the past 3 days, clearly wanting to ask Rosalie something but lacking the courage to go inside." "Ah," Elsie said with understanding. "And I suppose a letter might give him the confidence he needs?" "Or perhaps," Master Quillheart suggested, "a letter to Rosalie encouraging her to take the initiative. The quill seems to believe she's been waiting by the window hoping he'll stop his pacing and actually speak to her." They were interrupted by the sound of laughter from the direction of Mrs. Pembridge's cottage, where lights could be seen in the garden, and 2 figures were visible among the roses, apparently deep in conversation about proper pruning techniques. "It appears your first intervention was successful," Elsie observed. Master Quillheart nodded with satisfaction. The quill was right. They both wanted the same thing, but needed permission to reach for it. Sometimes the smallest nudge can set the most beautiful stories in motion. As he prepared to leave, the enchanted feather behind his ear pulsed with sudden urgency. Master Quillheart paused, his expression growing distant, as if he were listening to something only he could hear. "What is it?" Elsie asked. "The quill is telling me about someone else who needs help," he said slowly. "Someone whose heart has been wounded by harsh words and needs healing before they can open to love again." His eyes focused on Elsie with surprising intensity. It's young Mary Copper's intended, isn't it? James Fletcher from the next village. The baker mentioned he seemed unusually subdued during their last meeting about the wedding arrangements. Elsie nodded, impressed by the quill's insight. She had indeed heard rumours that James had been struggling with self-doubt after his father, had questioned whether he was worthy of marrying into such a respected family. Perhaps, Master Quillheart said thoughtfully, a letter reminding him of his own worth would help ensure that Mary's wedding day is filled with joy rather than anxiety. That night, as Elderwood settled into peaceful sleep, the effects of the enchanted quill's interventions continued to ripple through the community. Mrs. Pembridge and Henrik could be seen through their windows, still deep in garden planning conversations that had clearly evolved into something warmer and more personal than horticultural consultation. In the bakery, Rosalie hummed as she prepared tomorrow's bread, her movements light with the knowledge that Thomas Miller had finally worked up the courage to ask if he might court her properly. The letter she'd received that afternoon, encouraging her to trust in her own worth, and the obvious affection she'd observed in his eyes, had given her the confidence to make it clear that such attention would be very welcome indeed. Mrs. Bramblethorne had organised a group of village women to help with the increased baking demands of the upcoming wedding season, discovering in the process that sharing her workload actually multiplied rather than diminished the joy she found in her craft. And in the cottage where Mary Copper was putting finishing touches on her wedding preparations, her intended sat by candlelight, reading a letter that had arrived by special messenger that very evening. The magical quill had crafted words that spoke directly to his wounded confidence, reminding him that love was not about worthiness, but about mutual recognition of each other's gifts. Master Quillheart worked late into the night, the enchanted feather guiding his hand as he crafted more letters of encouragement and gentle intervention. Each message was perfectly tailored to its recipient's needs, some offering courage, others providing perspective, all serving to remind people that they were worthy of love and capable of offering it in return. Elsie sat in her garden, listening to the satisfied whispers of her herbs as they observed the healing work being done throughout their village. The plants seemed particularly pleased with the day's developments, their voices harmonizing in contentment. Hearts speaking to hearts, the lavender murmured. Truth written in flowing letters that carry love from hand to hand. The scribe has found his true calling, added the rosemary, recording not just what has been, but helping to write what could be. And the quill remembers its purpose, concluded the sage, to serve not just the hand that holds it, but the heart that guides it. Thistle appeared from his evening hunting expedition and settled into Elsie's lap, his purr a gentle counterpoint to the herb's whispered commentary. His whiskers, still, held their faint shimmer, and Elsie suspected he would continue to glow softly as long as magic flowed through their village. As the church bell chimed midnight, marking the end of another extraordinary day, Elsie reflected on the lesson of the enchanted quill. Sometimes the most powerful magic was not flashy displays of supernatural power, but simple words that spoke truth to hearts ready to hear it. The quill had reminded them all that everyone carried stories worth telling, feelings worth expressing, and connections worth pursuing. It had shown that sometimes all people needed was permission to follow their hearts and the right words to give them courage. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities for the magical feather to work its gentle influence, new chances for isolated hearts to find connection, new possibilities for love to bloom in unexpected places. But tonight, Elderwood slept peacefully, its dreams filled with flowing script and heartfelt messages, its citizens' hearts lighter for having been reminded that they were all worthy of the stories they longed to write. And, in Master Quillheart's scriptorium, the enchanted quill rested on its special stand, glowing softly in the darkness, as it dreamed of all the letters yet to be written, all the hearts yet to be healed, all the love stories yet to unfold under its gentle guidance. The magic that had been weaving itself through Elderwood's daily life reached a new crescendo the following week, just as the village was beginning to adjust to having an enchanted matchmaker in their midst. Master Quillheart's letters had already resulted in 3 confirmed courtships, 2 renewed friendships, and 1 surprising business partnership between the blacksmith and the carpenter, who had discovered a shared passion for creating intricate metal work that required both their skills. But it was on a misty Thursday morning, when the air carried the promise of autumn's approach and the scent of ripe apples from the orchards beyond the village, that Elsie discovered the next manifestation of their community's gentle magic. She was hanging herbs to dry when she noticed an unusual shimmer in the early morning light streaming through her garden. At first, she assumed it was simply moisture in the air catching the sunrise, but as she looked more carefully, she realized she was seeing something far more extraordinary. Golden threads were floating through the air like the finest spider silk, connecting house to house, person to person, creating a delicate web of light that spanned the entire village. The threads were barely visible unless caught at just the right angle, but once seen, they revealed a pattern of connections so intricate and beautiful that Elsie's breath caught in her throat. "Love made visible," whispered the herbs in unison, their voices soft with wonder. The bonds between hearts given form and light. Following the golden threads with her eyes, Elsie could trace the relationships that bound their community together. A thick, warm cord connected Mrs. Pembridge and Henrik's cottages, their new romance glowing with the bright gold of fresh affection. Thinner, but no less beautiful threads linked parents to children, friends to friends, neighbors to neighbors, in an intricate tapestry of human connection. But there were also darker spaces in the web, places where threads had frayed or broken, entirely where isolation had created gaps in the community's golden network. These empty spaces troubled Elsie, particularly one that seemed to surround a small cottage at the edge of the village that she recognized as belonging to Moira Threadweaver, the village's only professional weaver. Moira was a woman of perhaps 40 years who had lived in Elderwood for nearly a decade, but had somehow never quite found her place in the community's social fabric. She was skilled at her craft. Her woven goods were sought after throughout the county, but she remained stubbornly solitary, conducting her business through intermediaries and rarely venturing out except for essential errands. The golden threads revealed what Elsie had long suspected. Moira was connected to the village by the thinnest of lines, barely visible wisps that spoke of transactions rather than relationships, professional courtesy rather than personal warmth. She weaves for others, but never for herself. The lavender observed sadly. Creates beauty that brings joy to distant homes, while her own heart remains unadorned. Afraid to join the pattern, added the rosemary. Believing herself unworthy of the golden threads that bind community together. As Elsie watched, one of the thin threads connecting Moira's cottage to the rest of the village suddenly flared brighter, then began to pulse with urgent light. Something was happening at the weaver's cottage, something that required immediate attention. Without hesitation, Elsie gathered her healing supplies and set off through the morning mist, following the golden thread that seemed to be calling for help. Moira Threadweaver's cottage sat apart from the main cluster of village buildings, surrounded by gardens that had once been carefully tended, but now showed signs of neglect. The building itself was larger than most village homes, with an attached workshop where the steady rhythm of the loom could usually be heard from dawn to dusk. But this morning the cottage was silent. Elsie knocked gently on the wooden door, calling out in her most reassuring voice. "Moira, it's Elsie Brightwater. I was passing by and wanted to check if you were well." A long moment passed before she heard the shuffle of footsteps and the sound of multiple locks being undone. The door opened just a crack, revealing one of Moira's dark eyes peering out with suspicious wariness. "What do you want?" Moira asked, her voice hoarse as if she hadn't spoken in days. "I was concerned," Elsie said gently. "Your loom has been quiet this morning, and I thought you might be unwell." The suspicion in Moira's eye flickered, replaced briefly by surprise that anyone had noticed her absence from her work. The door opened a bit wider, revealing a woman who was clearly struggling with more than physical illness. Moira Threadweaver had always been thin, but now she appeared almost gaunt, her dark hair lank and unkempt, her usually steady hands trembling slightly as they gripped the doorframe. More tellingly, her clothes, which were always examples of her own fine weaving, were wrinkled and stained, as if she'd been wearing them for several days without care. "I'm fine," Moira said automatically, but her voice lacked conviction. "Just taking a brief rest from my work." Elsie could see past the partially open door into the cottage's main room, where chaos reigned in stark contrast to the usually pristine order Moira maintained. Half-finished weaving projects lay abandoned on tables, threads tangled in hopeless knots, and everywhere the evidence of someone who had stopped caring for themselves or their surroundings. "Moira," Elsie said softly, "when did you last eat a
Proper meal?" The question seemed to break something inside the weaver. Her face crumpled and she sagged against the doorframe with the exhaustion of someone who had been fighting a losing battle with despair.
"I don't know," she whispered. "I don't remember. Everything's gone wrong, Elsie. Everything I touch turns to tangles and ruins. I can't even weave a simple pattern anymore without making mistakes that ruin hours of work. Without waiting for permission." Elsie gently pushed the door open wider and guided Moira to a chair beside the cold hearth. The cottage that had once been a showcase of the weaver's artistry now looked like the aftermath of a creative breakdown. Beautiful fabrics abandoned mid-creation, looms standing empty with their warps sagging loose and forgotten. "Tell me what
"Happened," Elsie said, settling beside Moira and taking the woman's trembling hands in her own steady ones. The story that emerged was one that Elsie had heard variations of before, a talented artisan whose gift had become a burden, whose
passion had transformed into prison of perfectionism and self-doubt.
"It started 3 weeks ago," Moira explained, her voice barely above a whisper. "Lady Ashford from the county seat commissioned a tapestry for her daughter's wedding, the most important commission I've ever received. The fee would have secured
my livelihood for 2 years, maybe more." She gestured toward a large loom in the corner where the ghostly outline of an unfinished tapestry could be seen. Even in its incomplete state, the work was clearly extraordinary. A garden scene with flowers so realistic they seemed to sway in an unfelt breeze, birds that appeared ready to take flight, human figures whose faces held genuine emotion. "It's beautiful," Elsie said softly. "It was beautiful," Moira corrected bitterly, "until I noticed a mistake in the pattern. One small error in the threading that would barely be visible to anyone else, but I could see it every time I looked at the piece, so I tried to fix it." Her hands began to shake more violently. But fixing that one mistake led to another and another. Each correction created new problems, new imperfections that demanded fixing. I've been working on this same small section for 3 weeks, unraveling and reweaving, until I can't tell what's right anymore. Elsie studied the tapestry more carefully and could indeed see the area where Moira had been working, a small patch that had been rewoven so many times that the threads had begun to fray and the colours had lost their vibrancy. I missed the deadline, Moira continued, her voice breaking. Lady Ashford sent a messenger yesterday demanding the finished piece. When I explained about the delays, she cancelled the commission entirely and demanded the return of her advance payment. Money I've already spent on materials and living expenses. The full scope of Moira's crisis became clear to Elsie. Not only had the weaver lost her most important commission, but she'd also damaged her reputation and put herself in financial jeopardy. Worse, the failure had shattered her confidence in
her own abilities. I can't trust my hands anymore, Moira said, staring at her fingers as if they belonged to someone else. Every thread I touch turns to chaos. I think I've lost my gift entirely. No gift is ever truly lost, came a whisper from outside the cottage, so soft that only Elsie could hear it. Only temporarily tangled, all knots can be
undone with patience and the right touch. Looking through the window, Elsie could see that some of the golden threads connecting the cottage to the rest of the village had begun to glow more brightly, as if responding to Moira's distress with offers of help and support that the weaver couldn't yet perceive. Elsie spent the next hour helping Moira address the most immediate needs, preparing a simple meal, tidying the worst of the cottage's disorder, and building a fire to chase away the chill that seemed to have settled into both the room and the weaver's bones. But it was while she was examining the abandoned tapestry more closely that Elsie discovered something remarkable. Hidden within the apparent chaos of Moira's obsessive reworking was a pattern more beautiful and intricate than anything the weaver had originally planned. The section that Moira considered ruined had actually evolved into something extraordinary. The repeated undoing and reweaving had created layers of texture and depth that gave the garden scene an almost magical quality. Flowers appeared to have dimension, shadows had substance, and the overall effect was of looking through a window into an actual garden rather than at a flat representation.
Moira, Elsie said softly, I need you to look at something. The weaver approached reluctantly, her eyes immediately going to the flaws she'd been obsessing over. But Elsie gently turned her chin, directing her attention to the overall effect, rather than the individual threads. Do you see what you've actually created? Elsie asked. For a long moment, Moira stared at her work with the eyes of someone seeing it for the first time.
Slowly, her expression changed from despair to wonder. How did this happen? She whispered. This isn't what I planned. It's so much more than what I planned. Sometimes, Elsie said gently, our greatest mistakes lead us to our greatest discoveries. You've been so focused on achieving perfection according to your original vision that you missed the miracle you were actually creating. The golden threads visible through the window began to pulse more rapidly, and Elsie realized that word of Moira's crisis was somehow spreading through the village's magical network. Help was coming, whether the weaver was ready for it or not, as, if summoned by this realization, a gentle knock sounded at the cottage door. Through the window, Elsie could see Mrs. Bramblethorne standing on the threshold, carrying a basket that undoubtedly contained nourishing food and a heart full of concern. Moira, dear, the baker's wife called through the door, I've brought some fresh bread and soup. I heard you might be feeling under the weather. More figures were approaching through the morning mist, Mrs. Pembridge with a bouquet of roses. From her garden, Henrik, carrying what appeared to be vegetables from his plot, even Master Quillheart, with his enchanted quill tucked behind his ear, and an expression of determined helpfulness.
"They're coming to help," Elsie said softly. "Will you let them?" Moira stared at the gathering crowd outside her cottage, her face cycling through emotions: surprise, fear, gratitude, and something that might have been hope. "I don't understand," she said helplessly. I don't really know these people. We've barely spoken beyond business transactions. Why would they care?" "Because threads of connection exist even when we cannot see them," whispered the herbs from Elsie's distant garden, their voices carrying on the morning breeze. "Community is woven from more than proximity. It is crafted from the willingness to care for those who share our space in the world." What followed was perhaps the most beautiful example of community healing Elsie had ever witnessed. One by one, Moira's neighbours entered her cottage, each bringing not just practical help, but genuine warmth and concern. Mrs. Bramblethorne immediately took charge of the kitchen, preparing a nourishing meal while gently scolding Moira for not asking for help sooner. "We're neighbours, dear. Neighbours look after each other. That's what makes a village more than just a collection of houses." Mrs. Pembridge began tidying the cottage with the efficient care of someone who understood that. External order could help restore internal peace. But more than that, she shared stories of her own difficult periods, times when the support of friends had made the difference between despair and recovery. Henrik, with his usual economy of words but abundance of practical wisdom, examined Moira's loom and made small adjustments that would ease the physical strain of weaving. "Tools need tending, same as gardens," he said simply. "Neglected equipment makes every task harder than it needs to be." But it was Master Quillheart's contribution that proved most significant. The enchanted quill had apparently been working overtime, crafting a letter that now rested in his jacket pocket, glowing faintly with magical significance. "This arrived this morning," he said, presenting the letter to Moira with formal courtesy. "From Lady Ashford's daughter, the bride whose wedding was to be the occasion for your tapestry." Moira's hands shook as she opened the letter, clearly expecting another demand for the return of money she no longer had. But as she read, her expression transformed from fear to amazement. She says she's heard about my difficulty with the commission," Moira read aloud, her voice growing stronger with each word. "She writes that she's always admired my work and would be honored to wait as long as necessary for a piece created by my hands. She says that art cannot be rushed, and that she would rather have something extraordinary than something merely adequate." The letter went on to explain that Lady Ashford's daughter had actually increased the commission fee, understanding that true artistry required time, and that the artist's well-being was more important than arbitrary deadlines. "How did she know?" Moira asked wonderingly. "How did she know exactly what I needed to hear?" Master Quillheart's eyes twinkled as he patted the enchanted quill behind his ear. "Sometimes words find their way to the people who need them most through means that transcend ordinary correspondence." But the true magic of the morning was yet to come. As Moira's neighbours worked together to restore order to her cottage and her confidence, something extraordinary began to happen to the abandoned tapestry. The golden threads that Elsie had seen connecting the village began to manifest in the weaving itself. As the community gathered around Moira with love and support, their care seemed to flow directly into her work, adding actual strands of golden light to the garden scene. The flowers on the tapestry began to glow with inner radiance. The birds,
Feathers shimmered with captured starlight, and the human figures, previously static representations, began to move with subtle animation, their faces reflecting the joy and connection that filled the cottage. "Remarkable," breathed Mrs. Pembridge, watching the transformation with undisguised wonder. "It's as if the tapestry is coming alive." Love made manifest in thread and weaving. The herbs whispered from the garden, their voices carrying clearly through the open cottage door. Community healing, not just the weaver, but the very fabric of her creation. As the golden threads continued to weave themselves into Moira's tapestry, the gathering in her cottage took on the quality of a celebration. What had begun as a rescue mission had evolved into something far more precious, the formal inclusion of a long-isolated neighbor into the heart of their community. Finnick arrived with his juggling balls and an irrepressible desire to entertain, but he quickly discovered that Moira herself was far more interesting than any performance he could offer. Her stories of textile traditions from distant lands, her knowledge of dyes and fibers, her understanding of patterns that carried cultural meaning across generations, all of this fascinated the jester, who had traveled widely before settling in Elderwood. "You should teach," he said impulsively. "There are young people throughout the county who would treasure the chance to learn such ancient skills." Young Gilbert appeared, with his wooden horse and the particular wisdom that children bring to complex situations. He studied the transforming tapestry with serious attention, then looked up at Moira with bright eyes. "It's like your feelings got woven into the threads," he observed. "The sad parts and the happy parts all mixed together to make something more beautiful than either one alone." This simple observation seemed to unlock something in Moira's understanding of her own work. For the first time she began to see her supposed mistakes not as failures, but as evidence of authentic emotion finding expression through her craft. "You're right," she said softly, kneeling beside Gilbert to examine the tapestry at his level. "I've been so focused on technical perfection that I forgot weaving is supposed to carry the maker's heart as well as her skill." Thomas Miller and Rosalie arrived together, their new courtship adding its own golden thread to the village's growing network of connections. They brought fresh milk and butter from the Miller family's dairy, but more importantly, they brought the energy of young
love and new beginnings.
"Miss Moira," Rosalie said shyly, "I've always admired your work. The cloth you wove for my mother's burial dress was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. It gave us comfort during a very difficult time." Moira's eyes filled with tears at this unexpected testament to the impact of her work. "I remember that piece," she said softly. "I put so much care into it, wanting to create something worthy of honoring her memory." "You did," Rosalie assured her. Every stitch carried love. As the afternoon progressed and more villagers joined the gathering, Moira's cottage became the beating heart of the village's magical network. The golden threads connecting each person grew brighter and more substantial, creating a web of light, so brilliant that even those without Elsie's special sight could glimpse its radiance. The enchanted tapestry continued its transformation, but now Moira was actively participating in the magic, rather than simply observing it. Her hands moved with renewed confidence across the threads, no longer fighting the imperfections, but incorporating them into a larger pattern that spoke of community, resilience, and the beauty that emerges when individual stories are woven together. "Look," whispered young Sarah Weatherby, who had arrived with her brother Tommy and their parents. "The people in the tapestry, they look like us." Indeed, as the golden threads settled into their final configuration, the human figures in the garden scene had taken on the faces of Elderwood's residents. There was Mrs. Pembridge, tending roses that glowed with actual warmth. Henrik, planting vegetables that seemed to grow as they watched. Finnick, entertaining children with juggling balls that sparkled like captured stars. And at the center of it, all was a figure that could only be Moira herself, hands outstretched as golden threads flowed from her fingers to connect every person in the magical garden. She was not separate from the community, but integral to it, the weaver whose gift bound all their individual stories into a single, luminous whole. "It's us," Moira breathed, her voice filled with wonder. "But not just as we are, as we could be, as we are when we're all connected and caring for each other." Mrs. Bramblethorne, who had been watching the transformation with the practical eye of someone accustomed to daily miracles in bread making, suddenly clapped her hands together. "Moira dear, this isn't just a wedding gift anymore. This is something far more precious. This is a map of our community's heart." Master Quillheart, his enchanted quill, glowing so brightly behind his ear that it cast shadows on the cottage walls, nodded in agreement. "Lady Ashford's daughter commissioned a tapestry, but what you've created is a testament to the power of human connection. I believe this piece belongs right here, in Elderwood, where its magic can continue to grow." As evening approached and the magical day began to wind toward its close, the gathered villagers made a collective decision that surprised even Elsie with its generosity and wisdom. "We want to commission this tapestry ourselves," Mrs. Pembridge announced, speaking for the group. "Not to take it away, but to ensure it stays here as a reminder of what we can accomplish when we support each other." Henrik nodded gravely. "My vegetables will feed our bodies, but this feeds our spirits. Both are necessary." The financial contribution from each household would not only allow Moira to return Lady Ashford's advance payment, but provide her with the security to continue her work without the pressure of economic desperation. But more than that, the community had decided to establish a permanent arrangement with their weaver. Mrs. Bramblethorne would provide regular meals, ensuring Moira never again went hungry while lost in her work. Mrs. Pembridge would tend a small garden behind the cottage, bringing both beauty and fresh herbs for dyeing. Henrik would maintain the cottage's exterior, while Master Quillheart would handle correspondence and business arrangements. "It's like we're all becoming threads in the same piece," Gilbert observed, with the clarity that made his insight so precious. "Different colors and textures, but all working together to make something beautiful." Finnick had already begun planning a monthly gathering at Moira's cottage where she could teach weaving techniques while he entertained the children, and adults shared stories and skills. A creative circle, he called it, where everyone contributes something and everyone takes something away. Young Rosalie shyly approached Moira as the evening's plans were being finalized. "Miss Moira, I was wondering, would you consider teaching me to weave?"
I've always been fascinated by textiles, and now that Thomas and I are planning our future together, I'd love to learn skills that could contribute to our household. Moira's face lit up with a joy so pure it seemed to add another golden thread
to the tapestry's magical network. "I would be honored to teach you, dear. Weaving is one of those crafts that grows richer when shared with eager hands and open hearts." Thomas stepped forward, his own face bright with the enthusiasm of someone who had discovered unexpected possibilities. "And I could help with the heavier work, setting up looms, moving equipment, carrying supplies to market. My father always said the best partnerships combine complementary skills." As the various arrangements took shape and the golden threads of connection grew ever brighter, Elsie felt a deep satisfaction settle into her bones. This was how healing was supposed to work, not just tending to individual wounds, but strengthening the entire fabric of community so that no one had to suffer alone. As the last of the villagers prepared to return to their homes and evening routines, Moira stood before her transformed tapestry with tears streaming down her face. But these were tears of joy and gratitude rather than the bitter frustration that had consumed her for weeks. "I understand now," she said softly, her fingers tracing the golden threads that connected each figure in the magical garden. "I thought my gift was about creating beautiful objects for other people to own, but the real gift is creating connections between maker and recipient, between individual and community, between the heart and the hands that express it." The enchanted tapestry pulsed with warm light, as if responding to her recognition of its true purpose. The golden threads that had manifested within the weaving began to extend beyond its borders, creating visible connections between Moira and each person who had come to her aid. "Now you see the pattern complete," whispered the herbs from Elsie's distant garden, their voices carrying on the evening breeze. "No thread stands alone. Each gains strength and beauty from its connection to the whole." Elsie was the last to leave the cottage, lingering to ensure that Moira was truly settled and at peace after the day's emotional revelations. She found the weaver sitting before her loom, not working but simply absorbing the presence of the magical tapestry that had become so much more than a commissioned piece.
"How do you feel?" Elsie asked gently. Moira smiled, and for the first time since Elsie had known her, the expression reached all the way to her eyes. "Like I've finally found my place in the pattern," she said. "I spent so many years thinking
I had to be perfect and self-sufficient to be worthy of belonging to this community. But today, I learned that belonging isn't about what you can do alone. It's about what you can create together." She gestured toward the glowing tapestry, where the golden threads continued their gentle dance of connection and light. "This piece will hang in my cottage as a reminder, but its real purpose is already fulfilled. It taught me to see the threads that were always there, connecting me to neighbors I was too afraid to know and friends I was too proud to accept." As Elsie prepared to leave, Moira caught her hand with fingers that had regained their steadiness and strength. "Thank you," the weaver said simply, "for seeing past my stubbornness to the fear underneath, and for bringing the community together when I couldn't find the courage to reach out myself." "The magic was already here," Elsie replied warmly, "in the hearts of people who cared about you even when you couldn't see it. I just helped make the connections visible." Walking home through streets now crisscrossed with golden threads of light, Elsie reflected on the day's profound lessons. The weavers' crisis had revealed something beautiful about their community. That isolation was not a choice made by individuals, but a problem to be solved collectively with patience and generosity and the recognition that everyone's gifts were needed to complete the pattern. That night, as Elderwood settled into peaceful sleep, the golden threads of connection pulsed
gently through the darkness like a visible heartbeat of community love.
In cottage windows throughout the village, people could be seen moving about their evening routines with new lightness, their steps unconsciously synchronized with the rhythm of belonging. Moira worked late into the night, not from obsessive compulsion, but from joyful inspiration. Her hands moved across new threads with renewed confidence as she began a series of smaller pieces, one for each household that had contributed to her rescue and restoration. These would be gifts rather than commissions, woven with gratitude and designed to carry the blessing of connection into every home. Mrs. Pembridge and Henrik could be seen through his cottage window planning the expansion of his garden to include the ornamental plants that would provide dyes for Moira's work. Their courtship had found new depth in shared purpose, their individual skills combining to create something neither could have achieved alone. In the bakery, Rosalie prepared tomorrow's bread while humming songs her mother had taught her, her movements graceful with the anticipation of learning to weave. Thomas would arrive early to help with the morning baking, their partnership already taking the form of complementary service that would serve them well in marriage. Master Quillheart worked by candlelight in his scriptorium, the enchanted quill, guiding his hand as he crafted letters to Lady Ashford's daughter, explaining the extraordinary transformation of her commission and inviting her to visit Elderwood to see the magical tapestry for herself. The quill seemed particularly inspired tonight, its words flowing with unusual eloquence about the power of art to heal communities and the magic that emerges when creative gifts are shared rather than hoarded. Even young Gilbert, settled for sleep in his aunt's cottage, dreamed of golden threads and magical gardens where wooden horses came to life to dance with children who had found their voices and their courage. Elsie sat in her own garden, surrounded by herbs that whispered contentedly about the day's successful healing work. Thistle curled in her lap, his fur shimmering with satisfaction as he purred in rhythm with the golden threads that now connected every corner of their village. Another pattern completed, the lavender murmured softly. Another heart woven, back into the fabric of community. The weaver understands her true gift now, added the rosemary. Not just the making of beautiful objects, but the creation of beautiful connections. And the village grows stronger, concluded the sage with deep satisfaction. Each thread that was loose now secured, each pattern that was broken now rewoven, with love. As the church bell chimed midnight, marking the end of another extraordinary day, Elsie marveled at how the morning's crisis had transformed into evening's celebration. Moira's breakdown had become the catalyst for a breakthrough that strengthened the entire community. Her isolation had been replaced by integration so complete that her cottage now sat at the heart of the village's magical network. The golden threads would continue to glow throughout the night and into the days to come, a visible reminder that no one in Elderwood need ever suffer alone again. They had learned the profound truth that community was not just about proximity, but about the willingness to weave individual stories into a shared tapestry of support, understanding, and love. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities for the magic to manifest in unexpected ways. But tonight, every soul in Elderwood rested peacefully, wrapped in the golden glow of belonging and the certain knowledge that they were all part of something beautiful, something strong, something that could hold them safe through any storm. And in Moira's cottage, the enchanted tapestry continued its gentle radiance, its garden scene now complete with every thread in perfect place, not because there were no imperfections, but because every flaw had been transformed into part of a larger pattern that was more beautiful for its complexity, more precious for its authentic representation of lives lived in loving connection with one another. The weaver's tale had become the village's story, and their story had become a masterpiece worthy of any royal commission, a living tapestry of community love that would endure long after any individual thread had fulfilled its purpose in the greater design. As September painted Elderwood in shades of amber and gold, the village had grown accustomed to the gentle magic that seemed to bloom like late summer flowers in the most unexpected places. The golden threads of connection still shimmered faintly between homes, visible to those who knew how to look, while Moira's cottage had become a hub of creative activity where neighbours gathered weekly to learn weaving and share stories. But it was the peculiar chiming that began at exactly 3:30 each afternoon that announced the arrival of their next magical mystery. The sound came from Master Aldrich Clockwork's shop, a narrow building squeezed between the Apothecary and the Milliners, where the village's most precise and punctual citizen pursued his craft with the dedication of someone who believed that time itself could be tamed by the right combination of gears and springs. At first, the villagers assumed the chiming was simply a new timepiece being tested or calibrated. Master Clockwork was known throughout the county for his extraordinary skill, and his clocks kept time so accurately that other craftsmen set their schedules by them. But as the days passed, it became clear that this was no ordinary clock song. The chiming carried melody, complex, haunting harmonies that seemed to tell stories in musical language, expressing emotions too deep for words. Elsie first became aware of the unusual nature of Master Clockwork's afternoon serenades when her herbs began responding to the distant music. Each day at 3:30, her garden would fall completely silent, every plant straining to catch the ethereal melodies that drifted across the village square. "Heart music," the lavender would whisper when the songs ended. "Mechanical precision, wed to emotional truth. Gears singing of loneliness," the rosemary would add sadly. "Springs wound tight with unspoken feelings." Time counted not in minutes, but in heartbeats skipped and chances missed. The sage would conclude with characteristic wisdom. It was Gilbert who finally convinced Elsie to investigate the source of the mystical music. The boy had become fascinated by the daily concerts, positioning himself at Mrs. Copper's garden gate each afternoon to listen with the rapt attention of someone discovering a new language. "Miss Elsie," he said earnestly, "on a particularly melodic Thursday afternoon, I think Master Clockwork's clocks are trying to tell him something important. But I don't think he's listening." This observation, delivered with the matter-of-fact wisdom that made Gilbert such an insightful companion, prompted Elsie to pay a visit to the clockmaker's shop the very next morning. The narrow storefront was lined with timepieces of every description, grandfather clocks that stood like wooden sentinels, mantel clocks that chimed on the hour with crystalline precision, pocket watches displayed in neat rows like metal flowers. The steady tick-tock-tick of countless mechanisms created a complex rhythm that should have been cacophonous, but somehow achieved perfect harmony. Master Clockwork himself was bent over his workbench, completely absorbed in the delicate task of installing a hairspring in a lady's watch. At 45, he was a man of medium height, with prematurely silver hair and hands so steady they seemed immune to the passage of time that governed everything else in his shop. "Good morning, Master Clockwork," Elsie called softly, not wanting to startle him while he worked with such tiny components. He looked up with the slightly unfocused gaze of someone returning from deep concentration, then smiled with genuine warmth. "Miss Elsie, what brings you to my humble establishment? Not trouble with that lovely mantel clock I made for you last spring, I hope?" "Not at all, it keeps perfect time," Elsie assured him. "I actually wanted to ask you about the music that's been coming from your shop each afternoon. It's quite extraordinary." Master Clockwork's expression shifted from warmth to confusion, then to something that might have been embarrassment. "Music? I'm afraid I don't follow. I work with timepieces, not musical instruments." "The chiming," Elsie clarified gently. "Every day at 3:30, the most beautiful melodies drift from your shop. The entire village has been enjoying them." The clockmaker's face went pale, and he set down his delicate tools with hands that had suddenly lost their steadiness. "You..."
You can hear it too. I thought I was going mad.
Over a cup of tea prepared in the small living quarters above his shop, Master Clockwork reluctantly shared the story of his mysterious musical clocks. What Elsie learned revealed a man whose extraordinary precision in his craft, Master Heart, that had been keeping its own lonely time for far too long. "It started exactly 1 month ago," he began, his voice unusually hesitant for someone accustomed to the certainty of mechanical systems. "I was working on a commission, an anniversary clock for Lord and Lady Pemberton, married 50 years and E.T., still holding hands like newlyweds. The sight of them together, the way they moved in perfect synchronization, it stirred something in me that I thought I'd buried years ago." He paused to sip his tea, his eyes fixed on a photograph that sat beside his workbench. The image showed a younger version of himself standing beside a woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile, both of them beaming with the joy of young love. "That's my dear Catherine," he said softly, following Elsie's gaze. "We were to be married 20 years ago, but she fell ill with a fever that took her within a week. I've been alone ever since, convincing myself that my work was companion enough." The photograph was surrounded by timepieces in various states of completion, as if Catherine's memory had become the center around which his entire life revolved. After seeing the Pembertons that day, I found myself thinking about Catherine more than usual, wondering what our life together would have been like, whether we would have achieved that same beautiful synchronization of two lives lived as one. Master Clockwork rose and moved to a corner of the workshop, where a grandfather clock stood under a cloth cover. That night, I decided to build something special, a memorial clock for Catherine, incorporating techniques I'd never attempted before. I wanted to create something that would capture not just time, but the essence of love itself. He pulled away the cloth, revealing a timepiece, so beautiful that Elsie's breath caught in her throat. The case was carved from honey-colored wood that seemed to glow with inner warmth, inlaid with delicate patterns of silver and gold that resembled intertwined hearts. But it was the face of the clock that was truly extraordinary. Instead of traditional numbers, it was decorated with tiny mechanical figures that moved in intricate dances as the hands swept around the dial. "It's magnificent," Elsie whispered. "It's cursed," Master Clockwork said bitterly. Every day at 3:30, the exact time Catherine passed, this clock and every other timepiece in my shop begin to sing. Beautiful, heartbreaking melodies that seem to carry all the love I never got to express, all the conversations we
never had, all the moments we never shared. His hands trembled as he reached out to touch the clock's case. I tried to stop it, dismantled the mechanisms, checked every gear and spring, but I can find no mechanical explanation for the music. And worse is that each song seems designed to remind me of everything I've lost. As if summoned by their conversation, the shop's many timepieces began to stir with unusual activity despite the morning hour. Gears clicked and whirred.
With anticipation, pendulums swayed in rhythm that had nothing to do with gravitational pull, and springs hummed with potential energy. "They're responding to your emotions," Elsie observed, watching the mechanical symphony prepare itself. "When you speak of Catherine, when you allow yourself to feel the depth of your love for her, the clocks become conduits for that emotion." Master Clockwork stared at his timepieces with new understanding dawning in his eyes. "You think they're trying to help me?" Before Elsie could answer, the memorial clock began to chime, with a melody so pure and sweet that tears immediately sprang to both their eyes. But this wasn't the complex, mournful song that the village had been hearing each afternoon. This was simpler, more intimate, a lullaby that spoke of love eternal and peace found in cherished memories. As the first clock sang, others throughout the shop joined in harmonious counterpoint. The grandfather clocks provided deep, resonant bass notes that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. The mantel clocks added middle tones that carried the melody forward with gentle insistence. The pocket watches contributed delicate treble notes that danced above the rest like silver bells. But it was the sound that emerged from the collective chorus that took Elsie's breath away. The mechanical music was spelling out words. Catherine's name, spoken in the language of chimes and bells with such tenderness that the very air seemed to shimmer with love. "She's here," Master Clockwork breathed, his face transformed by wonder. "Somehow, in the music, she's here." "Love transcends time," whispered Elsie's herbs from across the square, their voices somehow audible even through the shop's walls. Hearts that beat in synchrony never truly lose their rhythm, even when one stops keeping earthly time. As the mechanical serenade continued, something extraordinary began to happen to the memorial clock. The dancing figures on its face began to glow with soft, warm light, and their movements became more fluid, more lifelike. A couple appeared among the dancers, a man and woman who moved together with the perfect grace of partners who had found their eternal rhythm. "It's us," Master Clockwork whispered, recognizing the figures despite their tiny size. "Catherine and me, as we were meant to be." The appearance of the dancing figures seemed to unlock something in Master Clockwork's long-frozen heart. For the first time in 20 years, he began to speak freely about Catherine, not just her death, but her life, their dreams together, the joy she had brought to his ordered world. "She used to laugh at my obsession with precision," he said, watching the tiny figures waltz across the clock face. "Said that love couldn't be measured in minutes and seconds, that the best moments in life happened outside of time altogether." The mechanical music swelled in response to his words, the harmonies growing richer and more complex, as if fed by his willingness to remember happiness rather than just loss. She was right, of course. The moments I treasured most, her laughter, her kiss, the way she'd hum while working in her garden, none of those could be captured by any clock I could build. As he spoke, Elsie noticed that other villagers had begun to gather outside the shop, drawn by the unprecedented morning concert. Through the window, she could see Mrs. Pembridge and Henrik listening with the special attention of those who understood the language of deep affection. Finnick stood with his bells muted out of respect for the sacred nature of the music, while young Gilbert pressed his face against the glass with the wonder of a child witnessing magic. "But now," Master Clockwork continued, his voice growing stronger, "I think I understand what Catherine was trying to tell me all those years ago. Time isn't just about counting minutes. It's about making minutes count. And I've wasted 20 years counting time instead of living it." The mechanical music reached a crescendo of joy that seemed to lift the very floorboards of the shop. Every timepiece sang in perfect harmony, their individual voices blending into a chorus of such beauty that several of the listeners outside began to weep openly. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the music faded to a gentle whisper before falling silent entirely. But the silence wasn't empty, it was full of peace, of resolution, of love, acknowledged and honored. The dancing figures on the memorial clock completed one final waltz before taking their positions in what appeared to be a fond farewell. The woman, Catherine, seemed to turn toward Master Clockwork. and offer a smile that conveyed forgiveness, encouragement, and the gentle command to live fully again. "She's saying goodbye," Master Clockwork said softly, tears streaming down his
face. "Not because she's leaving, but because she's giving me permission to live again."
The tiny figure of Catherine blew a kiss that somehow manifested as a single, perfect chime, then took her place among the clock's permanent decorations, no longer moving, but somehow still radiating warmth and love. "The music will continue," Elsie said with quiet certainty. "But it will change, from songs of grief to songs of gratitude, from laments for the past to celebrations of love's eternal nature." As word of the morning's extraordinary concert spread through Elderwood, Master Clockwork's shop became an unlikely destination for those seeking hope in the face of loss. The clockmaker found himself sharing Catherine's story with visitors who had their own tales of love interrupted by death, discovering in the process that grief shared was grief diminished. Mrs. Elderkin, the elderly woman who lived alone at the edge of the village, came to hear about the husband she'd lost 10 years earlier. The memorial clock sang for him too, a different melody but equally tender, helping her understand that maintaining his memory didn't require maintaining her loneliness. Henrik brought stories of his late wife, and the mechanical music helped him see that his growing affection for Mrs. Pembridge wasn't a betrayal of his first love, but an expression of the capacity for happiness that his wife would have wanted him to preserve. Even young Gilbert contributed to the healing atmosphere, sharing memories of parents he barely remembered, but whose love had shaped him nonetheless. The clock sang lullabies that he recognized from the deepest levels of memory, melodies that his mother had hummed during his earliest years. But it was the arrival of someone unexpected that completed Master Clockwork's transformation from isolated craftsman to community healer. Eleanor Hartwell entered the shop just as the afternoon concert was beginning, a woman of perhaps 40 with intelligent eyes and the sort of quiet grace that suggested deep wells of strength and kindness. She was new to Elderwood, having recently moved from the county seat to care for her aging father, and she carried herself with the careful politeness of someone still finding her place in an established community. "I hope I'm not intruding," she said softly, as the mechanical music began its daily serenade. I heard the most beautiful sounds coming from this direction and thought, well, I thought perhaps there was a music box shop here. Master Clockwork, who had been explaining the memorial clock's history to Mrs. Elderkin, looked up and felt his carefully ordered world shift on its axis. There was something about Eleanor's expression as she listened to the mechanical symphony, a look of wonder mixed with recognition, as if she understood instinctively what the music meant. "Not music boxes," he managed to say, his voice slightly unsteady. "Timepieces, though as you can hear, they've developed rather musical tendencies recently." Eleanor stepped closer to the memorial clock, studying the dancing figures with the attention of someone who appreciated fine craftsmanship. It's extraordinary, the detail work, the precision of the movements. But more than that, there's so much emotion captured in something so mechanical. It's like love made visible. What happened next was perhaps inevitable, given the
magical atmosphere that had settled over Elderwood and the way love seemed to bloom wherever hearts were ready to receive it.
As Eleanor continued to visit Master Clockwork's shop, ostensibly to commission a clock for her father, but clearly drawn by the mechanical music and the man who created it, the afternoon concerts began to change. The songs remained beautiful and meaningful, but they took on new qualities, hope alongside remembrance, future possibilities woven through past treasures. The memorial clock's figures still danced their eternal waltz, but new figures began to appear on other timepieces throughout the shop, tiny mechanical representations of potential rather than just memory. Master Clockwork found himself looking forward to Eleanor's visits with an anticipation that had nothing to do with professional pride in his work. She had lost her husband to illness 3 years earlier and understood the strange guilt that came with allowing oneself to feel happiness again after profound loss. "Catherine wouldn't want you to stop living," Eleanor said one afternoon as they listened to the mechanical symphony together. "Just as my William wouldn't want me to close my heart to new possibilities."
Love isn't diminished by sharing it, it's multiplied. The wisdom in her words seemed to resonate with every timepiece in the shop. Gears spun with renewed energy, springs released their tension in harmonious chimes, and pendulums swayed with
The rhythm of hearts learning to beat for the future as well as the past. Berthier, who had appointed himself unofficial chronicler of the village's magical developments, observed the growing connection between the clockmaker and the newcomer with satisfaction. "Miss Eleanor makes Master Clockwork smile differently," he confided to Elsie during one of his garden visits. "Not just polite smiles, but the kind that start from the inside and work their way out. And the clocks sing happier songs when she's there." This observation proved remarkably accurate, as Master Clockwork and Eleanor's friendship deepened into something warmer and more tender. The mechanical music evolved to include duets, 2 melody lines that intertwined and supported each other while maintaining their individual beauty. The memorial clock seemed to approve of these developments. Catherine's figure, while remaining in her place of honor, began to glow more brightly during Eleanor's visits, as if offering her blessing to the new love growing in the heart she had once claimed completely. "She likes her," Master Clockwork said wonderingly, after one particularly melodious afternoon. "Catherine approves of Eleanor. I can feel it in the way the clock sings." "Perhaps," Elsie suggested when he shared this realization, "Catherine understands that true love always wants the beloved to be happy, even when that happiness must be found with someone else." The autumn equinox brought a special concert from Master Clockwork's mechanical orchestra, as if the changing seasons had inspired the timepieces to create their masterpiece. Every clock in the shop participated, from the grandest grandfather clock to the tiniest pocket watch, in a symphony that told the complete story of love, its beginning, its growth, its loss, and its renewal. The music drew the entire village to gather outside the shop, creating an impromptu festival of connection and community. Mrs. Pembridge and Henrik stood hand in hand, their own love story written in the comfortable way they fitted together. Moira displayed a shawl she'd woven specifically for the occasion, its threads catching the last light of summer in patterns that seemed to dance with the mechanical melodies. Finnick provided gentle entertainment for the children, while the adults listened with the reverent attention usually reserved for sacred ceremonies. Master Quillheart stood with his enchanted quill recording the event, though the magical feather seemed to write of its own accord, capturing emotions and meanings that transcended ordinary description. Young Gilbert climbed onto a small stool to see through the shop window, his wooden horse clutched in one hand while the other kept time with the complex rhythms. "It's like the clocks are telling the story of everyone's hearts," he announced to anyone who would listen. As the concert reached its crescendo, something magical happened. The mechanical music began to manifest as visible sound, golden notes that floated through the air like luminous butterflies, connecting each listener to the others in a web of shared emotion and understanding. Master Clockwork and Eleanor stood together inside the shop, watching the wonder on the faces pressed against their windows. As the final chords of the symphony faded into gentle silence, the clockmaker took Eleanor's hand with the careful reverence of someone handling the most delicate mechanism. "I thought my time for happiness had passed," he said softly. "But perhaps the greatest magic of clocks is that they always mark new beginnings alongside endings." Eleanor smiled, her eyes bright with tears of joy rather than sorrow. Time doesn't heal all wounds, but it does teach us that love expands to fill whatever space we're brave enough to give it. The memorial clock chimed once, a single, perfect note that sounded remarkably like approval. Catherine's figure seemed to sparkle with extra brightness for just a moment, as if offering her blessing to the new chapter beginning in the heart she would always share. As the crowd outside began to disperse to their evening routines, the magical atmosphere lingered in the form of a gentle, persistent music that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. Master Clockwork's afternoon concerts would continue, but they had evolved from songs of loss to celebrations of love's eternal nature, its ability to transcend time, to grow rather than diminish when shared, and to create harmony from the separate.
Melodies of individual hearts. That night, as Elderwood settled into peaceful sleep, the sound of perfectly synchronized timepieces created a lullaby that spoke of temporal magic and hearts that had learned to keep time with love rather than loss.
Master Clockwork and Eleanor shared tea and quiet conversation in the apartment above the shop, planning both the clock he would create for her father and the future they might build together. The mechanical music had quieted to a gentle whisper, but it continued throughout the night, a constant reminder that time, when measured in love rather than mere minutes, became something precious and magical. The grandfather clocks marked the hours with chimes that celebrated each moment as a gift, while the smaller timepieces ticked in rhythm with the heartbeats of those who had found their perfect tempo. In her garden, Elsie listened to the distant music while thistle purred in harmonious counterpoint. Her herbs whispered contentedly about the day's successful healing, their voices blending with the mechanical symphony in a chorus of satisfaction. Another heart learns to count blessing. Instead of losses, the lavender observed with gentle pleasure. Time reveals its true nature, added the rosemary. Not a river flowing away from us, but a garden where every moment can bloom if tended with love. And the clockmaker's gift evolves, concluded the sage. From measuring time to making time meaningful, from marking endings to celebrating beginnings. The memorial clock's final chime of the day carried across the village square like a blessing, a reminder that love doesn't end with death but transforms, that happiness isn't betrayal of the past but honoring of its gifts, and that the most precise timepieces are hearts that have learned to beat in rhythm with hope. As the church bell
Marked midnight, bringing another magical day in Elderwood to its close, the mechanical music settled into the gentlest whisper, a lullaby that would play throughout the night, keeping time with dreams of love found, love lost, love renewed, and love eternal.
The clockmaker's heart had learned its most important lesson, that true love doesn't diminish with time, but grows richer, deeper, and more beautiful with each passing moment shared in gratitude and grace. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities for magic to manifest in unexpected ways. But tonight, every timepiece in Master Clockwork's shop ticked in perfect synchronization, marking not just the passage of time, but the triumph of love over loss, hope over despair, and the eternal truth that hearts, like the finest clocks, were made to keep time with joy. The golden threads of connection that bound the village together pulsed gently in rhythm with the mechanical music, weaving the clockmaker's story into the larger tapestry of community love that had become Elderwood's greatest treasure, more precious than any timepiece, more enduring than any mechanical marvel, and more magical than any wonder their gentle village had yet experienced.